Good morning, guys. Obviously no stream yesterday. I'm picking up where I left off on Monday stream now, so we're returning to the ballista for footsaw slash warhost slash Hobday Hicks. I think it's been released as Hobday Hicks, but it'll probably be available through footsaw in the end. So yeah, this is for Andy's new Orc army. So again, if you've not seen it, check out Hobday Hicks on Facebook. There's a whole Baron's War adaptation of fantasy models coming, basically. So we've got, I believe, dwarves on the horizon, but we've got orcs and elves coming out as an immediate thing. And this is the ballista for the orcs. Come on, I should have a symmetry for that. Done the block out anyway, so underneath here I'm going to put a few like little pegs so you can change the angle of the firing. So this will be pivoted here, and it's going to kind of like move up and down, and then there'll be like little blocks underneath that you can prop this into. Then when we get to the top here, we've got the firing mechanism. So we've got two rails are going to be in there. These need like a kind of mechanical winch, got teeth in there, so we can ratchet the cable back. And then at the end, at the back end here, we're going to have like the actual winch mounted to the back of the ballista body. Now I have sent pictures of this to the guys at Footsaw, so they may come back with some requests for alterations and whatever throughout the stream, so I might be modifying the design of this as we go. Jesse on Facebook, good morning. Hope you're keeping well. Let's give him the pen cylinder in. All of this so far has just been done with just cylinders and cubes, so there's nothing really flashy in there yet. I don't imagine it's going to be much cool to be shooting downwards. It's mostly going to be up to get a better trajectory. So once I've built the block out of this, I'm going to be detailing it with wood grain, putting some metal bolting plates on, and then we're going to add some orky details. So random bits of metal slapped on for armour, possibly some chains, ropes. The odd skull here and there. Morning, Chaz. Hope you're keeping well, dude. Anybody on the streams has got any questions, feel free to fire it in. We're on YouTube, Twitch and Facebook all at the same time. So if you've got any questions on any of the platforms, I've got my multi-stream chat on today, so I'll remember to be able to kind of capture. Sorry, I remembered to put my multi-stream chat on so that I can actually speak to everyone. Stupidly, it's not a default option on there, and I have to remember to switch it on. Because occasionally I may miss it, and if you've tuned in on my streams before, tried speaking to me and been ignored, I do apologise. I say it's not intentional, it's just me forgetting to being a pro streamer that I am, just forgetting simple stuff. How would we do this? This has to be quite at an angle, wouldn't it? But then yeah, I imagine as you drop it back, the angle will change, but the position will be the same anyway, so I think it should be okay. Let me just slice this across here then. Right, now there is a potential that they're going to want this to be positionable. I'm hoping they don't. I'm hoping they come back and say, yeah, just lock the position in, we'll be fine. It'll make life easier for me. Right, I need to find my reference images again. Right, I'll find the images I was using before. map, so it should be a bit smaller. Morning, Aid. How we doing, matey? Should you be working instead of chatting? Is that what you're saying? How are we doing today, Noel? Let me just send the update in. How are you doing today, Aid? What do you mean only sleeping 6 hours a day, man? That's a good night's sleep, that is. I've had at least one night this week with just less than 2 hours. That's left me lagging out. But that's kids and life with the teacher, I think. I'm kind of feeling like this is too big, you know. I think they're going to ask me to shrink it, make it smaller. See, for me, I am up till probably at least midnight most nights, and then we're going to have to get up by 7 o'clock to get ready for school. So I should be in for about 7 hours sleep. But it rarely happens like that where you actually go to bed and then fall straight to sleep, does it? We get to bed and end up putting the telly on for an hour or something like that, so it's probably 1 o'clock before I get to sleep. Or we do that awful thing where we fall asleep on the sofa, wake up at 3 o'clock and then go back to bed, have that horrible broken night. That's quite typical actually in our house, to be fair. Well, I think I'm gonna... Oh, it's good, isn't it? We're up to date with all the episodes so far. There's a new episode tomorrow, I think, isn't it? On Thursday. But yeah, me and Jacob have been watching it. Loudermill, what's that? Did you see the Living Armour episode yet? That was quite a good one. Right, so the other day I did this, booleaned out the legs of the thing. Alright. The funny one, or what's the deal with it? Do you know what I saw that entertained me today actually? The new T-Mobile internet advertisement with Jason Momoa and the guys from Scrubs. Have you seen that one? It's really good actually. Like, in a world where 90% of advertisements just make me cringe and want to, like, you know, grind my teeth, it was refreshing to see an advertisement I watched 3 or 4 times over and enjoyed it every time. You got the 2 guys from Scrubs rock up at Jason Momoa's house, and he answers his door and he's like, "Sorry guys, party's cancelled, the cable guy hasn't turned up." So they start bursting out into song about T-Mobile's mobile Wi-Fi, and it turns into Jason Momoa doing like a flash dance type thing, but he's singing and dancing, but he's singing into a chicken wing in a really kind of like camp, like he's holding it in a really like dainty way, and he's doing like this all this like camp stuff. It's just really kind of an entertaining advertisement. I just weren't expecting it either, so it's good. It's like his previous one where he takes off all his muscle suit and takes his wig off and stuff, and he's sitting there as like a skinny balding guy in his big mansion. Belliani, what's that then, man? What is Belliani? Am I going to Google this and not regret it, mate? Oh, horrible ad. Oh. I won't Google it then, I don't want to see it. Things like the Temu ads really annoy me, and like just every single ad that I see really. But I had this one pop up on things, you know, the normally targeted ads and stuff. There was this one cropped up on my Facebook, and it was really badly filmed. It was like the video proportions have been stretched and skewed out all over the place, and like there was this like, you know, attractive woman with like curly dark hair, and she's standing there talking, and basically she just turns around and she says, do you often leave your wife in bed unsatisfied? I'm like, screw you, Facebook. What's she been telling you? But yeah, it's kind of like, you know, I'm not sitting there kind of like, I don't want to see that one again. Bin that one, get rid of that. The worst one was my absolute pet peeve. Like I would literally like quite happily see the guys hung, drawn, and quartered who are responsible for this. Is it I can't even remember the game now. It's a mobile game, but they always show you like this, like it's like a king standing there, and you have to like, there's like some puzzles where you pull a few bits out and then he goes through, and you've got to try and get him to get the treasure, but like there's lava and there's water and there's a monster and the treasure. Like, I can't remember what the ad's called. And if you actually download the game, that is not the game that you download. It's some kind of like city building thing, and it really annoys the hell out of me, the fact that they're allowed to advertise. Like we've got legislation about false advertising, and then this is literally just false advertising, and they're like, no, it features somewhere in the game. And now they've started doing advertisements that are mocking you for that. So they're like, oh, if you want to play a game that actually really is like the ads show you, then you want to play this one, and they show you, and it's literally the same thing, but they're kind of like they're just trolling you, man. See, I'm not going to open that on stream. I don't think. I'll wait till later and ruin my day with that. Come on then. I'm gonna hate you for this arm, mate.
Visit us now and benefit from free delivery and attractive prices. Belliani Co. UK.
It's not as bad as I was expecting it to be, but yeah, the singing is terrible. The songwriting is bad, man. That's this song is so bad on purpose. What, just to get people talking about it? To be honest though, you're probably not too wrong, to be fair. Like there's certain things that will get people talking, isn't there? And if it's mediocre, a mediocre ad's kind of just get ignored, but a really good ad will be picked up, and a really bad ad is going to be kind of like remembered, but for like the wrong reasons. But what I'll say is that any press is good press, isn't it? Is the phrase. If people are talking about it, like I'd never heard of belliani.co.uk until you. It annoys me more that they said Belliani Co UK, not Belliani.co.uk. But yeah, it is bad. We were talking about the I don't know if you've seen Matilda the musical. Have you seen the Matilda the musical yet on as a movie? Because I've got issues with that as well. So basically, like, it's nothing like the Matilda movie, like the original film. But it's set in a school where you've got all these obnoxious kids, and they're all singing, but they're kind of going. The songs are all kind of like, I'm going to sing all the words, and it doesn't matter if there's a tune to it or not because I'm just obnoxious, and that's how it goes. And it's like every song in the film is just that. It's like the tune makes no difference to the words that are being sang, and there's no effort to make them rhyme or make them consistent or kind of have any rhythm to it. And it just like it's like nails on a chalkboard to me. Cause it just triggers me watching it. It's like the kids love it, and I'm like, no, get it off, purge my ears now. Oh, and I tell you what, you want an earworm, mate? Go and look at Danny Go on Facebook, on YouTube as well. It's like Jacob's been he's been kind of doing his like self-imposed exercise every night that he wants to do. He comes home from school and the first thing he does is have an hour on Danny Go. To be fair, I have to say, as kids entertainers go, it's pretty decent. It's not terrible, but those songs stick in your head, man. Like, they really do. They are like, they're not bad songs, but they are like really kind of like, you know, get in your brain and get stuck in your head. I think there's a fire and ice song or something like that. You want to check that one out? Danny Go, Fire and Ice. Have a look at it. Right. So what am I trying to do? Apart from chatting bollocks. Right. So we're going to take this now. Ah, yeah. Do you know what my kids choose to go to sleep to? You know what the songs they listen to. So we've got this. It's an artist called Dan Gibson Solitudes, and there's like Celtic Reverie. There's Gentle World's Celtic Reverie. There's Polynesian Spa. There's all these other ones like that, and they're the kind of ones you hear in garden centres. You know, when you go in, like, they have like the kind of the nice chill music playing. So I listen to them, and that's just like real kind of like chill out stuff. But the other stuff they listen to is the Lord of the Rings soundtrack. So they listen to like Home Is Behind, Pippin's song. You know, they listen to that. They listen to Ed Sheeran, I See Fire, Annie Lennox, Into the West. What's it called? Enya, maybe. So they've got all these songs, and oh god, what's the song called? Billy Boyd from Battle of the Five Armies. What was his song there? Can't remember the song. Can't remember what it's called. But yeah, that one anyway. So they listen to them for bed. Right, so I'm going to boolean that out of there. Let's put my polymesh on so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. If you say it slaps, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Not down with the lingo, man. Yeah, Willow, she'll be talking to me, and then she'll be chatting away, and then she'll hear Into the West come on, and she'll be like, Dad, Into the West's on, get out of here now. Leave me be, let me sleep. It's like Will Smith's music. I mean, what Will Smith's done now, apart from getting jiggy with it and Men in Black and Miami. Oh, right, so oh turd. Right, that wasn't supposed to happen like that. Right, so I need to. I don't quite know why that's happened like that. That definitely shouldn't be the case. Let's try and highlight that bit in there. Oh, nice. What are you working on? I'm going to set the hollowing on this, that's what I did wrong. Split this out. Again. Put it back below, set that to my boolean mesh. Right, so that needs to be first dynameshed. Yeah, I did a full game design document before for the game I was working on. For the Kingdom of Telarius Adventures in Adillium. And I wrote all the scenes for it for like the first probably couple of hours of gameplay, and all of like the scripts that we needed, all of the assets that were needed. I did a whole game design document for it, and just did nothing with it in the end. Typically. Yeah, it was hard going, man. I was trying to think, obviously, with the I did one of these C# courses about game design. So I was looking at all the scripts and script writing and stuff, and you know, this is going back a few years now. Started looking at all of like the coding and stuff that was needed. You know, learned how to program like an RPG, inventory system and things like that. So yeah, my plan was to do a game that was like Secret of Mana-esque. But I hadn't even thought about, you know, sharing the workload and kind of getting anybody else on board for it. I was just going to try and tackle it myself, and I was like, yeah, this is never going to happen. Yeah, anything like that, you're always better off. I've come to the realisation now, and especially with doing Crystal Collapse and working with Max and kind of, you know, having people to do things, it just makes everything so much easier to kind of have people who are specialised and focused and targeted on a particular bit. Yeah, you can't. And the sooner you realise that you can't do it all on your own, the better. And yeah, you know, when you release something and it's earning money and whatever it is, you're going to be splitting the pot, you know, more ways or whatever. But the important thing to do is what you need to do at the beginning of the project when you set this up is identify everybody's responsibilities. Make sure everybody knows what they have got to do. You need somebody project managing it to keep everybody on task, and you need to make sure that you're having regular meetings to that's it, pick up the people you need as you go, but have regular meetings to kind of get everybody together and make sure everyone's on target, figure out if there's any kind of like sticking points, if things are falling behind. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you don't really need art assets right at the very beginning. You need the concepts and some code and stuff, and you can build it using, like, you know, stock models and whatever else, and then replace stuff as you go. Getting the game mechanics working is, you know, a key bit. having a good story and making sure you've got all that in there. And you certainly don't need any like voice acting or anything until like much later if you're going to go down that route. Sound effects and things like that. There's a lot of stuff you get as stock now, but you know, I know it's a dirty word, but you use AI for your art assets early doors, don't you? And then put them all in, and then switch it all back out and replace it with proper stuff as the project evolves and develops. Right. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to hollow this out, but to do it, I needed everything to be Dynamesh first, so it opens up the create shell option. So we figured out before that my shell thickness needs to be about 22, I think it was, 26. In fact, did I write it on my board somewhere? No, I didn't. I didn't because I'm a genius. Right. Okay, so we're going to merge down. Yeah, that's it. You know, it's better to have something that looks kind of how you want it to look rather than just having something that looks generic. You know, if you can get character portraits and things like that, yeah, you can use generic models and stuff because you know, you're not going to want to do loads of sculpting and modelling work and stuff on characters for them to like change later on. You wait until everything's nailed down and you know exactly what you're doing, but right, so we're going to merge this down as if we're Dynameshing it, and I'm going to bump up shell thickness here to, let's go 26, 27, create a shell. It's going to boolean it out, and that extruded bottom I did on the camel is going to get cut off, and that's basically where this boolean mesh goes, is the opening in the hollowed model. So by cutting it across the entire base, it leaves move like a hollow shell. Right, if you get to a point where you're needing music and things like that, give us hit me up because I've got a few contacts who can help you out with that kind of thing. It doesn't like doing this sometimes, by the way. The shell thickness thing. There's a lot of calculations involved, and it's quite a time-consuming process. It's like even if a Dynamesh goes through quickly, this always goes through a lot slower. Alexa, turn on the office heater.
Okay.
So it's not too cold in my office at the moment, but my arse is freezing. I'm sitting here and it's like, I don't know if it's got a draft across the back of me or something like that. We've got a snow forecast, apparently, according to the weather forecast. Although I will say they've been threatening that for like absolutely months now. So, oh no, snow's disappeared off the thunderstorms instead. Great, rather have the snow. Come on, what are you playing at? No, we had none. It was forecast for about 5 o'clock this morning, so we should have woke up to some kind of like scattered bits of snow on the floor. There was nothing. If it snowed, it didn't settle or anything. So it was forecast yesterday. It was forecast for yesterday and for today, but there was nothing yesterday, and obviously there's nothing today. Although my wife dropped a clanger yesterday. She went to her parents' evening where she's like seeing all the parents and stuff. So she come home because she finishes at lunchtime normally. So she comes home, but then she had to go back for 4 o'clock. She goes back to work yesterday. Gets there at 4 o'clock. Winds the window down to swipe the pass to get the car park door open, car park gate open. So winds the window down, and she'd accidentally pressed the back window as well as the front window button. So she drives through. She's in a rush to get in because she's running late. She got stuck in loads of traffic going back into school. The first one was like 4 o'clock, and this is like 10 to 4. So she's like really kind of pushing it to the wire, which is like, you know, just how she operates. I always, you know, the song from Scarface, "Push It to the Limit." I'd take the piss and tell her that's her theme tune. And like when she's running around like a mad woman, and she hasn't got enough time, I'll just get it playing on the speakers just to wind her up. When she gets to school, swipes in, parks the car, legs it into her classroom, grabs the books, runs back into the hall and sits there for parents' evening. And we had the most god awful torrential rain following that. And it was things flooded immediately. The rain was coming down so heavy, it was like terrible. Yeah, she didn't realise that she'd left the back window open on a car. So, because she didn't realise she'd actually opened it, she didn't bother to try and close it or check it or anything like that. So the window was like fully wound down. So we've got a soggy kid's car seat in the back in the hall at the moment, like propped up against the radiator, trying to dry out. And this morning I went out, and obviously it had gone cold, everything was all frosted up, but I've got a feeling this is just going to die on me now. I think I'm going to have to kill it and start again, because this is not going to happen, is it? Come on. So yeah, so now she's got this soggy car. back seats all wet and soggy and whatever. Do you know what, let's just do a little bit of something else for a second. So I need to do a little bit of rendering. I've done my Dwarven melee skeleton warriors. I just need to get the renders of them done. So if I go to mini index, let's load them in. Let's go for Y up and X forward, I think. Let's import that. Tekken, I thought you were working, man. Working at playing Tekken. Right, guys, this is how I do my my renders for my products. So I have this scene set up. Basically, every model in the scene has to be positioned over this cube. So if they're not over the cube, they will not render properly. Then I've got to select the render material for them. So the render material in this scene is already attached to my cube. If I don't use this, it won't react to the light in the way I want it to. So this is a render scene I've got where I've already got the lighting kind of set up and established, and there's a backlight and there's a spotlight and an area light and various other things. Set origin to geometry. I'll just position them if I need to. And I'll just press F12. Bang, there we go. Save as. I don't know what skeleton this is now. Which one is it? Number 1. all the buzzwords. It makes a change for me using proper words, doesn't it? I'm normally talking like Uji, what's it, and thingamabobs. Dwarf skeleton with axe and shield 1. Saved as PNG with a transparent background. Save. Okay, then I'll just turn number 1 off and turn number 2 on. It looks like he's doing some fancy dancing, doesn't he? A bit of cha-cha. The important thing to remember when you're doing these kind of rendering like this is to disable not only the view of the character but the camera of the camera icon, because the camera thing is basically what makes the model render. If you've got models with if you've got models set to render but you haven't got the eyeball clicked, then you won't see them in the scene, but they're still going to appear in the render, which obviously is going to screw your render up. It's like this. If I leave that one active, hey nerd, how you doing? Thanks for dropping in today. So if I do this now, if I press F12 and render this bad boy, you see we've got an overlay. So in my actual scene here, everything seems to be fine because I've got just the one guy, but now we've got 2 of them sitting in the same space, which obviously just looks bizarre. So it's because I've got the original one here highlighted. So to turn that one off, press F12 again. Now we've just got the one dwarf skeleton done. Save as. Coffee and waffles, that sounds like a really good start to the morning. I've done my coffee. What did I have for breakfast? Oh, I had Weetabix for my breakfast this morning. A little bit of cinnamon. Last one. Oh no, not F5, F12. Don't want to press F5. There we go. Save as number 5. I think I've got everything rendered that I need to have rendered now. Let's just get rid of that. I don't need to save it, so. So what's your plans for today, nerd? Got some gaming going on? Painting some minis? You've been busy with some RPG streams lately, haven't you? Do you know what? Let me get you a little shout out. There you go. Gonna give Nerd Harler a follow and watch some awesome RPG action. Okay. Now we try ZBrush again. See if we can do it without killing my In fact, have the guys replied about that yet? No. Okay. In that case, I'm going to go and do Anytime Nerd. I mean, there's literally two of you in the seat, two of you watching my stream at the moment, by all accounts. So, like, I've shouted out to you and Aid, I think. So. But yeah, you're welcome anyway. Okay, this is my vampire scene. I can't remember if I did this. Did I do this on stream, or was this like a an off stream thing? So I really can't remember. So I did the Dracula model, and then this is my what's the cylinder all about? Oh, it's not. Yeah, this one. This is my Alucard. So I'm going to keep him bare chested, give him his big coat, and he's going to have a big ass sword. So let's get this sword sorted. Thank you, nerd. Right, I think I'm going to start with bringing in a sword from my library just to help me out and speed things up a touch. I think Khazadea might be a good starting point. What have I just done? I just accidentally stuffed one folder inside another. What's up with my hair, man? Never used it, so I can't even comment on it, unfortunately, mate. Weapons. I tell you, my brain is on a full-on go slow today. You can't do UVs. I can't do UVs either, mate. Bit of solidarity for your morning. We stand together as UV failures. Well, I might be wide of the mark with this one, but I think it should set me up to start with. Yeah, actually, not bad. Oh, I wish I'd done this straight in the file rather than like positioning it and then exporting it. Hey, do you know, is there a better way of doing what I'm trying to do now, where I'm trying to make something straight in the file? Is there a more effective way of doing it rather than the cack-handed eyeballing thing I'm doing at the moment? I have a feeling the answer's no. Sculpting boots, or you got a UV boots? I'm going to clean some of this up here because I've got these crappy little bits of like end caps and stuff everywhere. Ah, right. Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Because you import something that's kind of like skewed. There's no real. It'd be nice if it could just figure out the symmetry on the model and position it so that the symmetry is viable. But okay, let's change the hilt. Oh. Right, there we go, so I'm off on the symmetry. But I can live with that. Right, now I'm symmetrical. Just going to remove a few unusual bits that are not. Turn this into like a dragon head. I'll tell you, one day I'll actually sculpt an actual dragon. I've wanted to do it for a long time, but it's like, obviously it's a big commitment, isn't it, getting into something like that. So I'm just doing. This is just a little low detail dragon head pommel. It's already too detailed actually, so I need to rein it back a little bit and stop. Because if I don't, we're going to end up with wow, we've already got it, if I'm honest. We've got detail we're not going to see on the model. Which normally is like a big red flag for me. It's something I'm looking to actively avoid, but on this occasion I'll just let it slide. Might be able to use this detail again somewhere, so. Okay, right, dragon head sorted. Handle is fine. I might elongate the handle on this one. It's supposed to be a big sword. I might make it a little bit bigger. And what I am definitely going to do is I'm going to take this sword, I'm going to widen the blade out, because I know. So doing the models for Crystal Collapse, we've figured out that we've got some dramas with one of the swords for Lysara. So she is like a big ass paladin. And what we found was the sword for her was based off this same sword actually. It's snapping off an awful lot. So I had to do some work to basically just reposition and rework like the whole thing. Oh god, that's too low. No, that's not grouped. Let's check my dragon heads for detail. Let's see if that dynamesh has been too much. A little bit. There we go. Right, 1,000 points has got it. Right, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take this and this, and we're going to taper them. export that out. Alucard sword now goes back into the library. Boosh, there we go. Now I didn't give Dracula a sword because I didn't want him, basically. But Dracula's such a big badass on his own. He's not going to need the assistance of a weapon to rend his foes a new one. Do you think that's a bit big? I think I'm going to put the scabbard for this sword on his back. Or do I just put the whole sword on his back? Maybe that's the way to go. Don't need a second one. frog on this. Do not mean the slimy green amphibian creature. Although I do really want to make a frog knight, so I might do that at some point. Maybe a crystal collapse character. Okay, let's lock the sculpting. Let's get the pose on. And merge visible. Split the ruler off. Split the base light. Okay, I'm so posed for this guy. Pose reference up. Right then. What should his sword be? That side or the other side? So he's got... Should be the other way, really, shouldn't it? Yeah, he's never going to be able to draw that with that hand. Okay, let me just switch it. Do hate posing hands, they're absolutely the worst. The worst thing is when you do it, you're relatively happy with it, and you realise that you've just screwed up all of the what do you call it? Like the anatomy on it. do. I'm not going to grip all of the fingers all the way around. I want it to be like a kind of a rolling grip almost. Hey Martin, how you doing, mate? And Andrew, both of you on Facebook. Good afternoon. Yeah, there is nothing enjoyable about posing fingers. You know, actually, I thought that these hands and stuff have got to be gloved, I think. because I'm going to be running through till about 2 o'clock again today. Let's sort out his anatomy first, because we've got something wrong here. Usually not a problem, but you can kind of see it here because of the pose. It's only very slight, but still worth doing. Hey, yeah, how are you doing? Oops, that was a squash button. How are you doing today, yeah? Oh no, what's up? You got this cough that's been going around and the all the other plethora of lurgies that are kicking about. I'm doing alright there, thank you. Do you know, I had a really weird one the other day, and it was absolutely horrible. I think it was Friday. I had it literally resolved itself pretty much within a couple of hours, but when I woke up in the morning, like my uvula at the back of my throat was all swollen, and every time I swallowed, it was like it was coming forward into my mouth and then going down the back of my throat, and it was making me like heave and gag. It was absolutely disgusting, it was. I've never had that before. Oh, it's like, for about 3 hours, every time I swallowed anything, I felt like I was just going to choke. And then all of a sudden, it just stopped. No apparent reason. It just went away. I hope you're feeling better soon, yeah? So you've had mine since you've had yours since last Tuesday. Harder breathing in the evening, headaches and nasty snot you can imagine. Nice. Yeah, it's not pleasant, is it, being unwell? Especially when you've still got to get on and do stuff like looking after the kids and things as well. Because the kids don't care. Yeah, no worries, you take it easy. Yeah, kids don't care if you're not well. Right, guys, I'm going to pop you on a BRB while I go and grab another coffee. Keep ticking through the next couple of hours. So if you'd like to go and buy something, feel free. Do your discount code. There you go. Right then. I won't be long. Do not go away. Alright guys, we're back now. Here we go. Let's take a little detour because the tortoise appears to have come out of hibernation, possibly a little bit too early. So let's go and make sure she's got a little bit of food in case she has actually woke up. So this is sculpted kind of with a bit of symmetry on, but also in a kind of a neutral pose. So like once you decide where the pose is going to go, you've obviously got to redo the hair. When you're doing hair blowing, by the way, don't ever do all the strands going all like around, like, you know, like it's like they're all bent in the same direction. It just looks weird. It's unnatural. But it's like jarring when you look at it as well. So you look at it and kind of like you know something's not right, even if you don't know what's not right. Ah, walls. Nice what happens. Oh, back face mask and try again. I literally just put back face mask on, why does that not work? It's not, I've actually clicked the button properly. Okay, let's get in there with the polish now and let's just clean up that edge. working. Sometimes move doesn't work properly. And there's always a reason for it. In this case, I had back face mask turned on, which kind of affects how move can influence it. I can't go. Can only affect the side that it's facing. It can't affect everything else. It works based on the normals. What back face mask is doing is saying you're not allowed to move these normals. They have to stay where they are. And then yeah, we end up with some oddities going on. Fairly happy with that. Let's just sort this one hand out here. Let's put a pose on the hand. On these trousers, actually. Blend this together. The whole time I've been sculpting this, I've had this as a separate piece. And it's been bothering me all the way through that these bits don't align and they don't join up properly, but dealing with it now. won't faff around with that then because it's not required. I'll do what I've just done. So it's like whenever you're doing anatomy, always use reference, and in the case of hands, your reference is on the end of your arm, so there's no excuse to not do it really, so it's not like you've got to look far. Hey Dennis, how are you doing, dude? Very good, thank you for asking. Just doing a few of my models for my own range. Just want to wait for some feedback from the clients about the ballista I'm working on. Yeah, and what I do want to do here, I want to just separate the hands off. Quick save. Alright. That doesn't sound good, mate. You've managed to dig yourself out of it now. Split the mass bits off. I'm going to divide them a couple of times just to give it a bit of a smoother geometry. I'm going to inflate them just a tad because they're going to be gloved hands. In fact, as they're gloved, let's remove the fingernails. I'm going to merge everything together. Good man. I feel really boring sometimes. I haven't really got any of these kind of issues to bog me down, but it also means I've just got to kind of get on with things all the time as well. I feel like I've got no excuse to not do things. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm thankful I haven't got to deal with, you know, some of these issues that other people get bogged down with. Because life is hard enough anyway, and I commend you for being able to kind of get through every day with additional burdens. So now we're going to take that. And that. going to sculpt a, well, ease the transition into the hand, and then we're going to just come in with the crease lines. This bit I think around here I can't even see on the model. I need to focus on just smoothing in this bit here. Now, if I'm being completely honest here, I think I should. There should be a bit of a an angle on the shoulder line like that. So this shoulder should be a bit lower, this shoulder should be a bit higher. But I think the way the position is and the way the pose is and everything else, I don't think we're really going to see it anyway. So I'm going to let it slide. What's the messages going in now? Okay, so oh, do you know what? Let's give him a fancy block on his belt. Actually, for that matter, let's just put a few go. That's better. Tell you, my legs are freezing in now. Hey Raid, how you doing? What did you have nice? Cottage cheese in the Polish section. Is there anything different about it, the Polish version, or is it just I've never really been a fan of cottage cheese. I'm not keen on the texture of the stuff. It looks cute. Oh, I'll tell you what, I did have some Polish garlic mayonnaise the once, and oh my god, that stuff was incredible. So it's like little white blobs and bubbles of cheese and milk, or something milk-like. I mean, is cottage cheese not just like cheese with like vinegar or something added to kind of curdle it? I have a feeling cottage cheese is one of those ones that's supposed to be quite easy to make. Right, I think I'm going to call him done now. Save the file. See, I like me a nice strong flavoured cheese, I do. Like if I'm going cheddar, it's going to be vintage or extra mature. Doing this, none of this mild cheddar crap. Why does it always allocate a red polygroup to start with? I bloody hate that. Can I change that? Is there a, do you know of anything in the settings in ZBrush that lets me allows me to kind of like remove a polygroup colour or something like that? I'm colourblind and I can't when it gives me the red material, you know that default red clay material that's just bloody awful. They seem to have stopped using that now. It's got a startup material instead, I've noticed. But the red clay and like any kind of like red coloration on a model makes it really difficult for me to kind of pick out the contrast and see. So when I dynamesh it and it allocates a red polygroup, I've got to get in there and like look in close and make sure I've got it at the right resolution so that I'm not losing detail. I mean, that would be the ideal, wouldn't it? That would be the that'd be the quick fix. Unfortunately, I don't think I can really go down that route as much as I'd like to. Oh, turds, I've just realised what I've done now. So now there's certain things you can change the colours of in the UI and things like that. So I've got the orange bits on here. So I know we can affect the UI, but obviously it's not UI, is it? It's something different. Yeah, the purple one's not great. And again, piss off, red. It seems to be like red is the first polygroup it wants to allocate, yeah, and it like the next polygroup's random. Like you re-polygroup it and you do auto groups or group master or whatever. You get a random colour, it seems. But the first one's always red and it just narcs me. Doing a few printability bits now. I think you're right, you know. But years ago I used to do a like an admin job, and it was this thing called OCR. I don't even know if OCR is still a thing. Optical character recognition. And I used to basically do all the bookkeeping for like Burger King restaurants and certain other like restaurant chains and shop chains and stuff that you'd find at like places like airports and train stations and stuff. And every week they used to have to do all their takings and everything else, and they used to do it on these OCR forms. And you'd take these forms and you go and they'd fill them in, and I'd take them, and rather than having to input everything manually, because we're dealing with hundreds and hundreds of them, rather than having to do manual input, we used to have to go and like take them off to be scanned, and they'd scan them, and then the OCR software would basically reinterpret the scanned text into letters. I mean, I imagine like it happens all the time now. When you get a PDF and you open it in a certain reader and it converts an image into text. It's the same thing really, but the default package was a black like a black background with white text, not white text, sorry, it was a white background with black text, and if the software wasn't 100% sure about a letter or whatever else, or a number, it'd flag it red on the system, and the text would basically just be red. Now if you give me an entire block of text and highlight one word in there red, I will never find it. Can't do it. I literally cannot pick it out at all. Never have been able to. And it used to annoy the hell out of me, because like obviously my job was to find the errors. So while everybody else is just going through there, just validating and verifying the odd bits, I had to get very good at being very fast and doing manual checks on everything. So like, and I was like, can you not just change it and have like a different colour? And there's actually in the UK we do have like legislation around like ergonomics and DSE and all that kind of stuff. And one of the things that employers need to make reasonable kind of measures to adapt to the workers is around colours and UIs and things like that. But nobody ever does. Nobody ever kind of builds in those kind of things. I was quite impressed actually because Jacob's we installed Anthem for Jacob. I think it was, yeah, I'm sure it was Anthem. We installed Anthem for Jacob on the Xbox Gaming Pass. So I wanted to have a little go on it. It looked awesome. And when he was doing the setup on it, there was you can use colourblind friendly colour profiles. Oh, I know nobody plays it anymore, but it's still a good game. But you gotta remember, mate, I'm an antisocial bugger and I don't play online. I don't want communities of people playing games. I just want a game I can play, you know, when it suits me. And speaking of games that aren't dead, have you given Pal World a go yet? So I've quite enjoyed that. Oh, piss off. And again. No! God's sake, come on. Diablo 4, eh? I've heard a lot of bad things about Diablo 4. I loved Diablo 2 and 3. The first one as well, but obviously it's like, you know, old now. The last two, like number 2 and number 3. 3 I put some serious hours into that, doing the seasons and stuff. I think I stuck with it until about season 13. And then it was just getting samey, do you know what I mean? Hey Dennis, how you doing, mate? How can you start your own business? You have no money for advertising, no money or budget for advertising. I mean, Kickstarter's the obvious one, isn't it, mate? Oh, sorry, mate. I totally missed this whole paper-like thing. I'll look at that in a bit. So yeah, Dennis, your first port of call. I mean, you've got a couple of options. You either, what we were discussing earlier, it's really difficult to do everything yourself, no matter what it is you're trying to do. So, if there's anybody you can go into business with who can handle things like the social media, advertising, just management side of things. Sorry, guys, just let me just pick up to the wife because she's on the way back, I think. Right, guys. Right, Dennis, back to your question. Sorry, mate. Okay, so a couple of options for you. As I finish this vampire dude, and I'm probably not going to get onto another one now. So basically, what you're going to want to do is. So first thing is there anyone you can partner with? Anybody that can take on some of like the admin type work and the that side of things to help you out, because in my experience the thing I've struggled with the most has been admin. Like my time is best spent making models, doing commission work and stuff like that, which is the stuff that brings the money in. The admin stuff is necessary to be able to kind of do all of that, but obviously it takes time in itself. And unless you can really kind of like knuckle down, and obviously for me, I have the, you know, the issue with having the kids, where we have to kind of like juggle the times and stuff, and you know, my work day doesn't start till after 9 o'clock when the kids have been dropped off, and then I have to finish it often like 2 o'clock-ish, 2:30. You know, to make sure I'm out of the house for 3 o'clock. So I don't mean like stop work at 2 o'clock. It's like an hour of downtime. I'm pushing it to the limit usually, but like if I'm streaming and stuff, I'll stop at 2 o'clock to make sure I've got that little bit of time to do like things like the admin and stuff before I have to run out. But obviously the admin time eats into the sculpting time and it lowers your output. So if you've got somebody who can do the admin for you, then that can obviously help you to really kind of like, you know, turn things around quicker. Also, again, if you're not entirely business minded, somebody who's got a kind of a head for business and a head for like, you know, managing things could also be useful. And again, skill sets that you don't already have, so things like you know, miniature painting, drawing and concept art and things like that, those kinds of things, it's handy to have people around who you can you know, you can tap up for those kind of services. So I'm not saying include them and get them in at the ground, but be aware that you're going to probably need those things at some point. And then the next kind of thing, I suppose, is you're saying about, obviously if you don't have them, access to them, then you've got to do your own thing. So the next thing you can do obviously is the I mean, let's bust this one open. So I'll be writing this, right? This is one of my stories that I did for this is a story I wrote for the Kingdom of Telaria's Kickstarter. It's going back ages. So this mostly went out as part of the project updates in piecemeal. So what I want to do now is I want to turn this into like a short story, like a novel. I don't know if I can find out what my word count is on it at the moment, but not in Canva. But basically, if you write something in Canva, right? So set yourself up an account. It's free. You can write in the most cack-handed fashion. So you can get like, you can forget your grammar, you can forget all of that kind of stuff, right? And then what happens is you go, let me just get down to a snippet at the very, very, very bottom. Okay, so if I take this one here, right, there's nothing wrong with this sentence, but you've got this magic write option pops up when you highlight it. So if you're struggling with writing ads or writing text for products or anything else, go into Canva, write out the gist of what you're trying to get, and then you click on your magic write button. Now you've got either continue writing. If I click continue writing, what it's going to do, it's going to take what I've got here and it's going to add to that. So it's now created another 4 paragraphs continuing on this story. Right, so if you're stuck and you don't know where to go, use that, and then just go back through and kind of figure out whether or not it's something you want to keep, or if you want to kind of sack it off and whatever else. You've also got summarise and you've got rewrite. So if I click on rewrite, the original text stays, but it's going to give me a second set now, which basically is, it's the same thing but rewritten. Yeah, ChatGPT is good. However, I think ChatGPT has capped new users. I'm not 100% certain about this, but my mum messaged me the other day and asked me if I could use ChatGPT, if I could use my ChatGPT account to do a translation for her, because she couldn't do it herself. Now I don't know if she just couldn't do it herself because she didn't know what she's doing, or if it was like, because I did hear that they'd been so oversubscribed that they'd. Oh right, yeah. So there you go. So you might not be able to get on there and do that one. Google Bard, I've heard good things about, but Canva's quite a good one in terms of like you can literally use Canva instead of Word and stuff, so you don't even have to faff around, going and getting, Word and copying and pasting whatever else. Just write straight into Canva and then do the rewriting it. And then obviously there's this another one I like. There's a Sprinkle Fairy Dust, which basically just makes it a little bit more fluffy and flouncy and kind of elaborates the text a little bit and makes it sound more impressive. Keeps the gist of it, but it will just kind of make it a bit more fancy. So if you're struggling with writing copy text for the things, or even, I mean, let's say for the sake of argument, the vampire we've just done. So we go vampire lord with a massive sword, long billowing coat and bare chest, long hair blowing in the wind. Let's call it white. Let's let long white hair. Long white hair blowing in the wind. What's that? Okay, so if I go to magic right on that one, and let's do a rewrite on that. Okay, so I've just written just bullet point notes basically, yeah, just keywords about that guy. So, and it's rewritten it into the vampire lord is depicted as a bare-chested, sword-wielding creature with a long billowing coat. With his long white hair blowing in the wind, he cuts a striking figure that exudes power and danger. So it's basically written a little product description for me that I can use and put that onto the website, and we can throw that one in. Now, I'm not sure if I can do the write a story about. Okay, let me just get that same description, and again, if you can get onto ChatGPT. That's weird, I should have already logged in. Okay. So if I go on to ChatGPT and I'm just going to write a short story about a vampire lord with a massive sword, long billowing coat and bare chest with long white hair blowing in the wind. Okay, so it's named him Lord Draven. There we go. And it's written a few paragraphs, it's given me some stuff. It's quite jazzy actually, I might keep that. So yeah, so there's different ways you can generate text if you don't know what to write, if you're not very good at it. And like I say, the good thing about these is that the you can do it in such a way that it's going to minimise how much extra stuff it's adding to it, but it's going to rewrite what you've written in a better way. So yeah, use it as you need to, and that will help you to kind of like get, you know, text for advertisements and things. The other reason I was going to show you Canva actually as well, just from a business point of view, you can go to Facebook posts as an option on here, and you have all of these different kind of like, you know, templates that you can use, and on these templates, like, everything's customizable. So like this one here, you can move the image in the corner. Background swirl thing is you see it's just a funny shape that they've moved and they've placed carefully. And it's all laid up, so you can edit the templates to create kind of something that you want to deal with, that you want to use. Okay, so again, like, you know, you can go in there, you can click on the image there, go up to the so if I go to elements, I think over here, I go to uploads, which is like the ones I've put in. Literally just drag and drop my models into there. So there you go. So I've used a selection of different images. I've dropped them into the thing. It still says happy birthday and all the best and everything else, but you know, you can move all of that. You can change it. You put your you know, you change that to, like, you know, whatever it is you want to use. So I've got one at the moment where I've got a campaign on there on Facebook running as ads. So I've created the ad in here. I've dropped in all my own assets, done like 4 pages of ads, and, you know, little lychee things. We're now a lychee slicer ambassador as well. But yeah, covering off the various different things, run them, and all of these, what I'll do is I'll save them down, put them onto Facebook and run a Facebook ad, and then we've got them on like a £4 a day budget or something like that, just to try and like generate a little bit of visibility. So hopefully it kind of works out and the sales come in, but you want to get to a point where you are running advertising, even though it's paid, you've got to put money into it and everything else. But like when I did ads last month, I think it was, I spent like 120 quid on ads or something like that, but it generated something like, you know, £800 or £900 worth of sales. So, you know, putting the money into the advertising at the front end, it does have a noticeable output at the back, so it's worthwhile doing. But Canva makes it very easy to generate these ad templates and things like that. You can also do videos on here as well, so you can use it to make like video things if you want to do like shorts and things. You can do, what's the other thing? Where is it now? If you're doing YouTube videos, you can do your thumbnails for YouTube as well, which I did here, that one. Little YouTube thumbnail I did for the speed sculpt to the burglar when I put it up. We've been using Canva a lot lately actually, because we use it for like Crystal Collapse. There you go, Winter Sale was on there as well. We've been using it for the rule book and everything for Crystal Collapse. That's all in there. But yeah, I mean your quick route into setting a business up is the Kickstarter. Obviously, you've got to promote that. You're not going to get. Yeah, it's free. There's a premium edition. I'm using the free version, but there is a premium version which has got like when you go into the let's put it up again. When you go into here, you look down the side and you'll see these little crowns on certain things. It says Pro. So there is a paid version of it, and certain templates are locked out. Certain assets will be locked out, but you can do everything you want. You can put all your own things in there. You can make a shape in what you call it. So you go into like design elements over here. There's tons and tons and tons of things. You can literally just search for the top and just like find basic shapes and things that you can drop in. You can choose. You can use and edit. You can get like graphics, little stickers and things like that. Backgrounds, photos. There's loads and loads and loads of stock available, and if you pay for it, you get even more stuff available to you. But you can use it free, and you don't have to pay, so it's good. And I'll say very, very, very useful and multi-purpose. So yeah, so next thing then would be plan a Kickstarter campaign. If you're going to do a Kickstarter to get the most out of it, you really do need to be advertising it though. That could just be going into Facebook groups and posting in the Facebook groups regularly, showing all your stuff off. But you want to try and get like a following of ideally you want like 1,000 people following the project before you go live with it, just to make sure you get a good conversion at the beginning. Because those first 24 hours on Facebook on Kickstarter campaigns are absolutely critical. If you don't fund, or it looks like it's going to be a flop in the first 24 hours, people will just not give you the time of day for the rest of the project. So you've got to kind of maintain momentum. You need to make sure you've got daily updates planned, and your daily update doesn't have to be anything. You don't have to tell them anything particularly, but like, let's say for the sake of argument, you're doing like with your things, you've got these like spaceships and all this kind of sci-fi type thing. You could write again using Canva's AI or ChatGPT or whatever it is. You could use those things to help you write kind of like a sci-fi spaceship battle narrative type thing, or some kind of like sci-fi narrative that will go to help explain the various different things. Let's say you've got like 20 different ships, and you're going to run this campaign for a month. So each day you're basically going to go in there and you're going to get a description of your ship, but you're going to write it as a story, and then you post the story up. You put your renders of the ship up, any drawings you've got, and whatever else, and you post them all together. You compile that into a post, and then that becomes your thing. Then, do you know what I mean? That's your update for the day. And then on top of that, you can tag on any progress that you've done, any new sculpts you've worked on, or whatever else, and any other little bits and bobs. But that's your prime bit of content to go out as your campaign narrative. Obviously, you can do work in progress updates. You can show, things that you're working on, things that you've completed already. If you're writing a game, or you've got somebody else doing a game for you, then you can talk about the game as well. If you do any videos like I do on here, you can snip them down, put them in the updates and things, or if you want to film yourself a little YouTube video or something, you can do that too. But the communication part of the Kickstarter is important, because you need to keep it fresh in people's brains. You want the project needs to look active as well, so it kind of, you know, gets followers. But the same is true when you do your own website as well. So if you go and set yourself up a WordPress site, for example, is it easy to set up a WordPress site? Not really necessarily. It might be something you need a bit of help with. But you can go into here, you can go register a new domain, add a new site. If I want to go and add a new site, then choose your domain. Let's choose it later. So these are the options you've got. So you've got the free one where literally costs you nothing. You get access to certain themes, unlimited number of pages and users, newsletter functions built in. There's options in there so you can include subscribers, but there's no options in there at this point to actually include the web store. So I believe you have to go up to creator here to get a web store included. I did, at least. I set up an Explorer one for Crystal Collapse, started building in this, but then when I wanted to try and add the WooCommerce into there, it basically told me I had to be at this level, the £20 level, to be able to use WooCommerce. Or it might have even been that one, Entrepreneur. I forget now. It might have been that one, £36 a month one. But that's obviously lets you have your web store and everything all built and running. You can pay it as an annual price, or you can pay it as a monthly. If you pay yearly, you get 62% off. If you pay monthly, it's £55 a month. So it's obviously more expensive to do the monthly one. But again, potentially you'd want to start with the free one, because the important thing is you get a domain registered and you get it up there and you get traffic to the site. The longer it's there and the more content you create and the content you generate, even without a store behind it. So let's say you set up a My Mini Factory store and you're going to sell STL files on My Mini Factory, or Cults, or anywhere else you decide you want to do it. So that might be a better option if you're not selling physical products. So you set up your web store elsewhere, you have your website to showcase your products and, like, you know, put your news out and things. So start with a free one, basically build it as a blog, but do regular content. So say when you do your Kickstarter campaign, all of those Kickstarter updates, you put them back in here as blog posts and you update them and post them up. And then that generates content for your website, which Google will scan. It's going to kind of pick it up, and then it's going to kind of index all the pages, and you're going to appear in listings. And without spending any money, you can create an efficient website that does what it needs to do and helps advertise you through, you know, Google searches and the like. Now, you won't pop up in advertising because of that, but you will appear in people's search listings. And there's a lot of, I can put a load of resources online that'll tell you about SEO if you want. There's a really good Instagram channel called Hey Tony Agency, and it's a guy called Matt, posts pretty much, you know, daily updates about SEO, and he gives you little bite-sized snippets that you can take away and you can kind of implement them. And they're pretty straightforward to do. You know, if you get your head around like a website generally, you can do most of these SEO tips. And he's got like a little newsletter thing you can sign up for, and he sends you like a little mini course thing that you can follow through, and you know, you do all the bits in the course, and then you're optimizing your website in the process and making it all nice and smart and stuff like that. So there's a lot of that kind of stuff that you can kind of make use of, which doesn't cost anything but will benefit you. But if it's not costing you anything, it's gonna cost you time and effort and graft. And that's the trade-off, I think, isn't it? You know, you either put the legwork in yourself and do it the hard way. You'll learn a lot about things on the way through, but ultimately, it's not going to quite have the same immediate impact as running ads is, but it's not going to cost you anything. So it's going to be a slower start for you, but you can do that and get some momentum up and things, and put a newsletter on the website. You set up a MailChimp newsletter, embed it into your site so people are, you know, signing up for your newsletter. Give them some free stuff, like, you know, a couple of free files or something like that as a thank you, as a reward, incentive to sign up. And then if people actually do sign up and you've got a newsletter, when you launch a project, you can send that out to your newsletter people, and you know they get your newsletter and they're happy to hear from you, and they come and buy your products. Like my newsletter's just shy of, in fact, probably just over 2,000 subscribers now, and I don't use it nearly enough. I should be sending out monthly emails, but again, admin time. Do you know what I mean? Finding time to actually write an update post and send out to people and let them know what's going on, and it's just tough, man. So yeah, make time for stuff like that. I need to start doing more newsletter advertising, I think, and start sending out more regular updates and things. But they need to be valuable. Do you know what I mean? It needs to be. You don't want to just send out spam content all the time, or just, you know, here's a few of our products or whatever. You know, there's got to be a little bit of you know, meaning behind it. Almost like a little mini magazine publication kind of thing. But again, trying to find a format that you like, that, you know, your followers will gel with, and then obviously social media accounts. You know, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok if you're a masochist. Twitter/X if you're really into being abused. Although I found my Twitter account is dead. Do you know what I mean? I actually stream live to Twitter as well, but I never get any viewers on Twitter. I never get any followers or any engagement. I don't even know how to work the thing. It's in the same ballpark for me as Reddit. I don't get Reddit. Don't get it at all. Are there any other bits of sage advice I can give you? I mean, again, starting up a business, you're talking about like things like accounts and things like that are going to be important. You're going to need to register a limited company, unless you're going to run as a sole trader, in which case you don't. But you've still got to do get your accounts and your bookwork and stuff done. A good accountant will be worth their weight in gold, but they're not going to be cheap. And again, if you're trying to do it on a shoestring budget, then you're probably looking at having to do it all yourself. That means getting your head round what you've got to do, what you've got to submit, and I would do that before you start running a business. Just so you know you've got like templates in place. You've got, you know, you can track your sales, you can track your expenses, you're saving down all your invoices, you're saving down all your sales records and stuff like that, and you've got everything ready to actually submit something. Because the government will absolutely crucify you if you miss the deadlines for paying or the deadlines for submitting things and stuff like that. So you've got to be hot on it, you know what I mean? You need to know when you've got to submit stuff. You need to make sure you've done it in time. You've got to put the money aside for paying the tax man and stuff. There's an awful lot of stuff you can get wrong. So you need to go in with your eyes open and make sure you're you know, au fait with it all. I think I'm going to do a little bit of lychee on this guy now. Just decimate him. Pre-process him first. So, Dennis, and I've just spammed you with info there. I hope it's been useful. Hope you got a little bit of something out of that. If you want me to go over anything at any point, post it up into the Discord channel or message me on Discord. I'm always happy to kind of like give you some steer and help you out. Oh, the other thing to have a look at as well, if you, once you've got the business set up and everything's running and whatever else, people who do similar things to you, like reaching out for collaborations, especially if they're doing something that kind of sits alongside your line quite nicely and there's a little bit of synergy going on. Because if you can do a joint project together, then you know, many hands make light work. So there you go. Starting up a miniature business 101 with Dan. Okay, export to STL. Miniature index, new folder. Yeah, no worries. Like I say, Dennis, anytime you want to message me, just feel free to fire a message in, and if there's anything I can do to kind of put you in the right direction or give you a bit of advice or anything else, then yeah, always happy to help, mate. You got some good products as well, so it's they need to be out there. I think people will appreciate them. So you know. Right, what am I doing now? Lychee. There we go. As I'm officially now a Lychee, what's the word? Ambassador. There we go. So I'm going to do the supports for this vampire guy. I can get him on an obsessed print then. Okay, so he's coming in red because it needs repairing. Normally I'd do that in Netfab, but let's do it here. Okay, so it's resolved the fix. I'm going to go to Netfab, so that's even better for me. I'm going to rotate him to almost vertical. Now, one of the things I'm always conscious of here is when you look at the nose of a character, I do not want a support going to the tip of this guy's nose. So this part underneath the nose here is going to have to be self-supporting, so you've always got to tilt them back enough that that is not going to need support to the end, because having the supports go to the face of the model is just bloody awful. Okay, so sometimes it can be worth inverting the model and flipping it upside down. Not in this case. Oh, you turd. How have I managed that? Will anybody notice? I have. I'll do the supports and I'll switch it out later. Okay. So, first thing I'm going to do with the model tilted backwards, the angle's not important, it's the detailing and the positioning of the details that's more important. I'm going to go to move, we're going to raise him about 5mm off the plate, so we've got the Z measurement on the right hand side. Take him up to around about 5mm. 5.17, that's fine. Okay, and then I'm just going to go to prepare. I'm going to go for island detection. I'm going to search with real accuracy. Hopefully I'll have this done in about 15 minutes and then I'll be logging off to go and get the kids from school. I'm going to take Jacob for a swimming lesson tonight. Okay, so it's just analyse the model. Now, the more layers you've got and the more polygons and stuff you've got in the model, the longer that's going to take to go. What you've just seen there is a pretty standard one, right? So I'm just looking for the lowest point of the model, which is here, right? So you see, as we move the mouse over the model, there's a little white band that goes around, which shows you basically that the layer that part of the model belongs to. So in this slice, everything that's on that white line is going to be kind of included. So we're going to go to the very, very, very lowest point, which is the bottom of the model. So that is the point that is going to contact the build plate first. And in this area now, I want a tight cluster of supports. Now I'm only going to use, these are light supports, sorry, ignore me. Let's get mediums back on. So we're going to go for medium support, 0.24mm tip. Okay, so we're going to put a couple there, a little cluster of them, so that's like 5-6 supports there. I'm going to do the same here, we're going to put a little cluster of them. And then I'm going to go and do a few more, but I'm going to space them out a touch more, just to get some real kind of surface contact on this ground level. And then I'll put this one here in the middle, hold Shift and Alt, and I'm just going to click around it a few times. And that creates like a little branching support for me. Okay, let's put one there as well. We'll do the same here. I'm going to put a little dense cluster at the back. And I'm just going to put a few extra supports up here just to make sure that the footprint's okay. Okay. Right, so that model now is pretty well anchored to the build plate. For the most part, it should be completely fine. I'm going to put that one there for the tip. And again, because it's a low point and it's taking the weight of this bit of cloak. Now if we look at it though, if we go up the line, it's going to be self-supporting from the leg about this point. So it hasn't got an awful lot to do. So I don't need to put too much extra support in there, but what I will do is I'm going to run a few small ones along there just to help. And we've got an island here, so we'll pop a support there. And again, off that one, let's just run a few more around the outline just to make sure that this outer edge print's okay. And I'm going to try and minimise the amount of supports I've got coming from the ground. Click on these and press Ctrl and S to make them straight supports. You don't always need to do that, but sometimes there's you get these like right angle dog legs and they just look a bit silly. Right, one on the tip here. Now from experience I know these sword tips here can they can fail quite easily. So I tend to put a couple of extras in there at the bottom. So I have 3 small supports on that, because basically everything after that sword is self-supporting, after that tip. There we go. That, I think, let's pop that there, that'll do. Right, I'm just going to pop a support here in the middle of this white area. Right, so there's a free version of it, which is limited. I'm using the pro version. If you use it a lot like I do, then you need the pro version, really. You get certain features in the pro version that you just don't get otherwise that are really, really, really worthwhile. But as a slicer and a tool for doing your supports and stuff like that, I don't think there's anything better on the market. Which is why I'm a lychee ambassador, because it wasn't excuse me, they didn't contact me and say, like, you know, would you mind promoting this for us? It was kind of like, you're already using it, would you mind making it official? And yeah, I absolutely don't mind, because if it's something I believe in and it's something I genuinely believe is a benefit to people, then I'm more than happy to share that. I think so. I'm not sure if it comes with the island detection. One of the features I know is missing from the free version is this, though. So if I click on a support and I press space, then we go into manual mode. In manual mode, we can do node editing. So I can select the different nodes on the model, and what I can do is I can scale those up and down. I can position them. If I position it to a point where it becomes a problem, then it'll, like that, it will go red or orange or whatever to say this is going to fail or it's colliding with the model. So you get indicators in there. But it means what I can do is I can position supports very carefully to put them exactly where I want them to be, and it will keep them free of the model, which means that when I come to remove the model from the build plate, I know it's going to kind of come away clean, and there's going to be no breaks or no kind of difficulties with it. So click that there. We're going to factor now. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put that onto there. So about minimising supports going to the bottom. We'll put these going to the tips of the fingers. And I go to that palm there as well, right? So that whole cluster for this here will remove cleanly and pull away from the hand. I'm annoyed about that. That's really irritating. I might even just leave that one. Oh, I can't. Turds. I thought I'd close that gap enough that this wouldn't happen, but clearly not. I'll put 2 super light supports in there. It's such a small area, I genuinely don't think it's going to cause any problems, but for the sake of completion, making sure it's the model fixer as well, Dennis, by the way, you can set up an Autodesk account and you can download NetFab. And NetFab is a very expensive bit of kit usually, but you can use it free. You basically use it as an unlicensed version, which limits the functionality on it after your trial period's up. But the functions it leaves you with are absolutely more than enough to do what you need to do to repair the models. It's what I've been doing for years on them, you know what I mean? So it's not like it's problem. Right, now I've just moved the node on that. You see how this is now extended out, it's longer. If I click back on medium again, it will just reset to my default medium support setting. So holding Control and Shift, and what that does is it takes it from the same point where I've just last picked up from. Switch these out for light supports here on the pommel because I know I can. When the model's 3D printed, the supports have to be removed to the lead marks. Right, no, not the way I'm doing them. If you use the same settings as me, then the models come off completely. The reason I do them the way I do, and the reason my supports are as good as they are, you know, blow my own trumpet a little bit, but the because I print them for customers. Like, customers go on my website and they order the models and they buy prints. And I don't want to spend loads of time cleaning up miniatures. I don't want to spend loads of time pulling them off the build plate and having to like clip away supports. These supports literally will pluck off the model without any drama. There'll be no additional cleanup on them. If you buy any of the models from my store, they literally will arrive ready to paint. You don't have to do any cleanup on them at all. You won't have to take a scalpel to them, you won't have to take a clipper to them or anything like that. You just glue them to a base and paint them. That's all you need to do. And that's because of the way I've designed the supports. So they literally will just pluck off. There'll be no need to go back in and do any extra extra work on them or anything like that. So keeping the supports so that they don't cross over, minimising the contact areas. So one of the things that helps, obviously, you do need anchors when you're printing. You need support anchors, but with the support anchor, oh, this is a pain in the ass. Can I do this? So with the support anchor, so here we go. Let's see if I can make this work. Okay, so I've managed to get a support to his ear. So I'm going to switch to a light. Oh, you turd! I'm going to switch it to a light support. But I've done it now so that it doesn't clash with the model. I don't have to put a little mini support in that's going to get stuck on anything. It's not going to have to be nicked off with a scalpel or any of that kind of business. It's just going to come away with the rest of this. Okay. And then the last one will be just there, I think. Oh, there's a little one there. That's a faff. avoid that one, I don't think, unfortunately. But it's hidden enough, you're probably not even going to see it. Yeah, no worries, Dennis. You take it easy, mate. I say, any more questions you got, feel free to fire them in. Let's get that last bit supported there. And we'll see him turn... Oh no, there's a couple of bits there. We'll see him turn yellow on the underside, so you'll get like the orange and yellow checks. Oh, fair play, mate. I will not be far behind you. Getting my nippers. Okay, so I've got one island left. It's up here somewhere. I can see it on this thing. There's a little red dot about there. If I zoom in at this top level now, I should see it somewhere around here. It's probably underneath the collar or something like that. Ah, there it is, underneath this here. Now, that's not even visible. I'll just click that there and put support in, that's fine. Yeah, if you look, it's behind. You can't see it from the back because his sword's in the way. And you're not going to see it from the front because of the other bits. But I'm just going to try and just drop it down to there like that so it's straight. I was going to switch that around to bottom. I'm going to look at it from the bottom side. I'm going to slide up to that support. Just there, and I want that to be as underneath his ear as I possibly can. There we go. It's going to be completely unobtrusive, and we've now got the yellow checks underneath as well, which means that the model is supported. So let's drag it back down again. The only other things to look at then, so this is all the islands addressed. What's not been addressed is the bulk and the masses. So this is anchoring it down here. However, we've got a yellow check running up the back of the leg. These areas are meaty and they're getting up to a more solid mass up here, but they don't connect back to the body until about here. So this part of the leg is self-supporting off the ankle. So what I would do here, I was going to drop a few medium supports in. So we'll put one, not there, alright. Let's bring that around this side, keep it on the outside so there's no crossover on the model. And then I'm just going to put an extra support there and one there. So that's just 3 little supports going into the leg. I could do one extra one at the tip. Just a few supports there just to hold that in place. And one on the heel, just for good measure. Areas like this where it's flat tend to need a little bit of extra support, so I'm just going to pop an extra one there and there. That should be fine. Round this edge I think I'm good. I think I dealt with that the first time round. The sword should be okay. I think it's mounted to the cloak. There's a bit there where it's free hanging, so it might need a support or two in the back. Let's just put a couple in there just for good measure, just to make sure. Set one to there, and then I'm just going to pop a couple there. This arm concerns me a little bit, so let's do that. Let's put a few there. I found in the past arms like this, where there's a bit of weight supporting on them, they'll tend to flatten off and pancake a little bit. They'll print okay, but there'll be areas that will fail. So your best bet is to make sure you've got some supports going into the arm. I'm going to pop one there on that little yellow bit. Back of the hand I think should be okay. It never hurts, just put one in there at the bottom. Hair is good, I'll leave that as it is. There's no mass and body there that really needs to be picked up. That's not already dealt with Bod's existing supports. And I'll pop one support there on his back, going into that same sprue. And another one on the back of his arm there. And a little one there just on the back of his elbow. Two on the back of his elbow. Now I think that should be okay. Ah, there's one. Couple in that yellow area. As long as all your yellow areas are kind of supported enough, and you don't need to like really kind of cover every bit. It's not that level of requirement, if that makes sense. They're just an indicator as to where the model is unsupported, overhanging. And obviously, if you've got a large area of overhang, those areas need to be kind of held up. Otherwise, the model's going to start bowing. And if it starts bowing, what will happen is you'll end up with delamination layers where they'll peel away from each other. And sometimes it's insignificant, you can scrape it off and it'll kind of resume itself afterwards and it's alright. But again, if you're dealing with commercial models, you don't want to be doing that level of cleanup, you don't want to be faffing about with them. So we want to just get them dealt with and not have to worry about them. Right, now once you've done this, if you're concerned about it, you can run proximity detection. So just click, it's in real time. Oh, it's telling me one of them's going to collide. Which one's going to collide? This one, I don't buy it. It's not going to collide. But let's just move it out just in case. I think what it is there's a proximity kind of room for error. So if you're overexposed on your model, the supports will be fatter, the body will be fatter. And if you've got a little bit of tolerance... Hey Adam, how you doing, mate? Ah, right. Yeah, they do default, so the I don't even know what the defaults are anymore actually, but for medium supports I use a 0.24mm tip. If I want to do an anchor, I've got a heavy support which is 0.48. But I don't even use that most of the time. I use the mediums, and what I'll do is I'll make a cluster of them. So the common cluster is 0.24 times 7, I think it is. So let's say we go, and it's not required here by any means, so I will delete this in a minute. But let me just show you. So if I click here, we've got one support going in. So that support is a 0.24mm tip. If I put another support there, and then another one there, and another one there, and then we go another one there, and one. Right, so that's 7 supports now. One in the middle with 6 surrounding it in a kind of a petal, like a little flower pattern. That support configuration breaks away nice and clean because the tips aren't touching. Because the bodies are touching, it's got a nice thick kind of mass to go up with, which isn't going to bend and warp and get bent out of shape or whatever else. It's got a nice bit of structural stability. And those little tips, even though they're 0.24mm tips, because there's a cluster of them in close proximity, you've actually got a surface area of 1.68mm. Which, if you put a 1mm tip onto a model, you're going to have to clip that off with flat back pliers, sand it back down and deal with the nubs and stuff like that. This is going to break away without any damage to the model at all. It's just going to come away completely clean. So if you're overexposing your resin, or you've got a really brittle resin, you might find little divots in there. But for the miniatures resins I use the Anycubic Standard Plus or Amira Labs TGM7. or my preference is frozen aqua 4K, and any one of those resins will not leave a mark. You won't have anything on there. I'll just take that cluster off because it was an unnecessary extra load. So there we go. So the bulks are dealt with, the supports are done, and this is going to come away completely clean. So this little sprue over here will pull off to the left, this sprue pulls off to the front, this little sprue pulls away to the front, this little sprue pulls away to the back, these ones pull away to the back, and the model is just going to literally just detach like a very, very slight bit of Velcro. And there'll be no damage or additional cleanup on there. There is one little micro support in there that you might want to nick off, but I would imagine 99% of people will probably not even notice it's there. The two I put down here are gone. I don't think you'll see them on the model at all. And the one under his ear there is going to be virtually invisible. Okay, so there we go anyway. That is a little cluster of lychee supports. It's taken about 10 minutes, I think, to support the whole model from scratch. Obviously, you're going to be slower than that if you're not familiar with it, but, you know, no need to use auto support. Auto supports will throw loads of bracings in there. It's going to throw loads of kind of like random supports that are crossing over the model and going all over the place, and I just loathe that. Yes, it adds a little bit of strength to your supports, and if you're doing a really tall model, it's probably fine. But because we're dealing with miniatures, the whole height of this model is what? Where are we up to? 41mm, 42mm. There's no need to go crazy with the supports. And obviously, if I print this and my test print comes out with a little flat spot because I've missed something, what I'll do then is I'll go back in, redo the test print, adjust based on the results of the test print, and then save this file down, and we're good. Let's save this as a la carte supports. I'm sure just press, oh, save scene as, no, just lots of scenes, alright. Save, and there we go, job done. So nice clean supports, nice clean breakaways, should be a perfect print. And then the model basically from this point ready to paint. When you want to save your settings, by the way, go to medium, change all your stuff here, and then you click on this little cog over on the right hand side, and you go down to here. Is that right? Click on the cog on that, and then override, and then basically whatever settings you've got on your medium up here will be saved in as your default. And then anytime you come back to do your medium supports, that's what you got to do. You change the supports because you're using like the pro mode, and you move all your nodes and things like that. These will move or update dynamically, but anytime you want to reset that back to default, you just click on medium again. And then doing this, obviously you can set up, I've got super light, I've got B for medium, and I've got super heavy, so I've got a couple of different settings in there. I only ever use them if I'm doing like bigger, like much bigger models, like buildings and things. So yeah, you can create your own presets, make some new ones, and you can overwrite the settings on them as well. So I think possibly, Adam, if you're using, if you're struggling to have it locked in, it could just be that you're missing the override button. Okay then, right guys. I'm going to log off because I've got to go and pick up the kids in 15 minutes. So, thank you all for joining me. Let's see if we have Mike on stream today for a little raid out. I've done a raid out in ages, have I? Forget how. 71 bodies. Let's go and raid into Mike. He's probably going to be logging off stream soon himself, but until he does, let's pass you guys over onto Mike and let's have okay, so thank you all for joining my stream today. Thanks for keeping me company. I may be back with the stream tomorrow, but I should definitely be around for Monday for it. Got the kids off school next week, but still planning to do some streaming and do some working. So thanks all again, and I will catch you later, taters. Adios, people.